Venezuela, Germany, Belgium, Italy. It's very big. Portugal as well. France is consistent. That's fantastic. First representation of contexts. So people from so many countries are here bringing their own national reality or their local reality. So make sure to take the time to also ask, how are things where you are from? Because we're not all from the same place. Fantastic. All right, let's see what stakeholder group you're from. Are you a student and youth leader? Are you perhaps a national responsible for mobility inclusion? Are you from the education and youth policy sector? Or perhaps a university staff working on the topic of today? You can see that the student present is strong. It's to be expected, right? That's nice. We have quite some university staff as well. Great. That's fantastic. Good to have you all here. National responsible for mobility inclusion, maybe those are national agencies. I think I saw some national agencies coming in as well. And education or youth policy makers. So I know that we have the European Commission, the Parliament representatives perhaps. We have people from different national organizations and European organizations and network. So that's great. Fantastic. Now you know that this is also who's sitting next to you and what the group really looks like. And we hope that you have the opportunity, even in the coffee breaks as well, to meet and discuss and get to know each other. All right. So we're going to have an introduction to the project and why we all are here. And I would love to welcome Wim Gabriels up to the stage. He's the director of ESN and a coordinator for this project. Welcome, Wim. I think that's yours. Yeah.
Yes, perfect. Thank you very much. So yeah, I'm going to present a little bit about the project, what we've been doing within the framework of social inclusion and engagement in mobility. In the end, we decided that as ESN that we believe that through international student mobility, we can cause social mobility for students, so that students find ways to improve their learning experience, their internationalization, their intercultural skills, and by increasing their knowledge of the world, they will also have more opportunities. But for all young people in Europe to have this type of opportunities, we need to increase and widen participation of mobility opportunities and increase interaction between international students while they're on exchange with local communities, and ideally even with local communities of minority groups. So this is kind of the idea that we had, and you will see it also coming back through the agenda. We'll be talking about inclusion a lot and making access to mobility a true reality, but we'll also be talking about how, when we have access to mobility and people are mobile, how can we make this mobility truly impactful so that people engage with local communities, have an impact on local society, but also truly learn from those interactions and have this element of internationalization at home in order to make sure that maybe more people will learn about mobility opportunities and also take part in the next round of opportunities, all in all to make the Erasmus program more inclusive and to give more young people opportunities. Now, we did this project with a diverse partnership. You will see some of the partners later today, the European University Foundation, a network of universities, Universities UK International, where we took a lot of the ideas from their research that they have done on the national context to replicate on the international context, and Yes Forum, a representation organization working on the European level with young people from minority groups, and a bunch of universities and national ESN organizations to really get a feel of what is then happening on the ground. We started off with a large research report, and hopefully, and I think many of you have seen some of that. I'm going to give you done in this regard. We also checked what programs people participate in. So you see in purple all the students that went on a mobility. The majority of the students that responded went on exchange with Erasmus+. But we see that there is a large interest from students that did not go on exchange to other types of programs as well. So although the program has maybe some more visibility in that. And then I can ask one question. Who did this? Raise your hand. Can you have that with your exercise? If you've done analysis, who raised your hand? So you can roll your hand. No, you go to roll your hand if you parted. Before you your hand. Yes, it's really important. So in terms of living per month, we see that 7% of living was 5 euros. But this was confirmed by you. So the students that they 50% cover more than 50% of my actual expense. And we also have students did not exchange. If you have your balance, how much living you can cover in an exchange. Let's say that would be members. So this is a bit of a conflict because if I want to participate, I need more of my grant to cover my living costs. And especially for groups from minorities and students with fewer opportunities, in 75% of the cases, they say they need more than 75% of their cost covered. So here, specifically, intersectionality is a big thing. Ethnic minority students from a low-income background, in 77% of the cases, said they need more than 75% of their cost covered. Otherwise, they cannot participate. So we have all of that data available to check out for this. We also mentioned or saw that for 82% of the students, getting or paying all of these initial costs in the beginning without a grant could be problematic. So we see that advancing initial costs, your deposit for your accommodation, your flights or your travel to your destination, all of these costs are quite high in the beginning of your mobility. If you have not received your mobility funding yet, this could be challenging as well. And when we looked at student impressions on how they felt treated in mobility, 66% said, I'm being treated equally. It was all great. But 34% mentioned that they didn't always feel as equally treated as the other peers. And when we asked them by which groups, actually other students, so local students from the host university, came up as one of the most common ones, followed by professors from host universities. So we see that there is a bit of work to be done when it comes to integration and access to opportunities for students. And 67% of students said that when in preparation for their mobility, they took part in official briefings from international offices, so that's good. 2/3 of students actually participated in information sessions given by universities, but 94% said that they would like more support with information about available funding. 88% said more support with the application process, and 86% with help choosing the correct host university for them. What we also noticed is that 56%, so more than half, said that they were not offered an opportunity to talk to fellow students or alumni to discuss mobility. So more than half said that they did not have this opportunity, while those that did not go in exchange, 83% said that they would like this opportunity. So we see here also a bit of a conflict. It's not offered to have a peer-to-peer discussion, while the majority of the students say they would like to be able to talk with other people that have been on exchange. When we looked at discrimination, 76% said that they never experienced discrimination during their exchange. 24% said that they did experience discrimination during their exchange. And very often this is based on nationality, race or ethnicity, but also gender and sexual orientation. So we saw that students from an ethnic minority group were 10 times more likely to discriminate against based on their ethnicity, and students with LGBTQI background were 15 times more likely to experience discrimination based on their sexual orientation. So here we also notice that there is still work to be done when it comes to making sure that people have a safe space during their mobility. We also reflected then on when we have all of these barriers in mobility, how do we tackle this as a whole? So we looked at the barriers that students have, and we have identified within this, we looked at the social model to inclusion. And we kind of think, okay, traditionally people that have fewer opportunities have problems accessing society. And this idea of the social model to inclusion actually turns that upside down, right? It has the idea of, okay, no, it's not the students having problems accessing mobility, it is mobility having issues accepting students to it, right? So we have to turn it a little bit upside down, understanding what does internationalization need to do in order to be accessible for everybody. Because inequality in itself will always be present in society, so if we want people to have access to it, we need to be able to turn this around and make sure that everybody has access. We identify 3 barrier types in mobility: institutional, environmental, and attitudinal. Institutional are issues barriers that come from regulations, whether it's program, whether it's rules in the university set up on who can access mobility opportunities, or regulations coming from the European Commission, the national agency. Those are regulations set at institutional level. Then we have environmental barriers. They're more societal, right? They're more influencing the person's background and how they access information about mobility opportunities. Attitudinal is more part of the belief system of the people, the emotions that people have around mobility opportunities. Because very often, people have internalized barriers. People have, this is not for me. I don't fit the profile of a typical mobility student. I am not one of the rich families in the, I cannot, access this. So I automatically kind of disqualify myself from participating. And we also need to change that, because if they don't believe they can fit in this type of activity, they will also not participate. So the goal is that we need to tackle technically all three types of barriers in order for people to overcome and participate in these opportunities. So there are a couple of examples that we mentioned. Insufficient funding, for example. I always use that as an example. Grants, for example, insufficient funding as a whole has components of funding as a whole has components in each of the three barrier types, right? So you have, for example, a student that is concerned, I will not get enough grants, or I will not get my grant on time. These are things that are institutional. Personal finances or loss of a student job is environmental. And I don't have enough money to cover my costs, and I struggle with this belief of being able to access it, is attitudinal. So very often, trends cross through these three barrier types. The only thing that we think we need to do then is understanding which regulations to change in the institution, what type of support to organize so they can overcome their environmental barriers, and what we need to communicate to change their mind in the barrier types. All of this is summarized in our research report that you can access, and we have 14 recommendations that we will also try to tailor more towards the program and make concretely throughout the event and present with you tomorrow. Now we know a bit more about the problems. What's next? So we tried also within the project to build more capacity for universities and student representatives. We'll present you some guidelines later on today. And we organize trainings, which is also part of what we're doing now, offering training opportunities and discussions for everybody to interact. On the other hand, we also try to engage international students with local communities, as we mentioned before, so to have trainings for student representatives to act as multipliers and connectors between international students and local communities. We'll also show some of those results and the portals that we've created to manage those. And also to understand, okay, how can we then impact
I rejected from the seminary. I went back to Jordan to start a new life. So I started to study French, and then after 3 years, like I knew already about Erasmus when I was in Jordan. So after 3 years, I got this opportunity to come to Brussels to do my Erasmus. But it was my third time in Europe because first time it was like as a seminarian. It was in France. Second time it was to learn French, like an exchange student, but like in the Alliance Française in Lyon, in France. And this time, like third time, it was 2020. So in the beginning of COVID, so I came as an Erasmus student in St. Louis University, which is in Brussels. What else? Yes, the thing that I come from two minorities as a Catholic and also as a LGBTQIA plus member. So after my Erasmus, I started to accept myself more, to be myself more, to be more open-minded, and then I decided to stay in Belgium, which was different. Also, it was a very big decision to take. And the way was to ask the international protection in Belgium. So I started that, and I decided to start doing like new studies, new bachelor, which is the third university I do. So I never finished one program, and now it's the third one. So let's see if I will finish it or not. So now I'm doing translation and interpreting in St. Louis University, and I decided to join the ASN. Last year I was an active member, and now I'm the local representative of ASN section St. Louis University. And I think it's enough.
Great. Great, you actually get to keep this one.
Okay.
That's fantastic. Welcome, Kees. It's really interesting to hear as well your story and your background, and seeing as well that the minority perspective can look different depending where you are from, right? A minority in your home country might be different minority in Belgium, correct? Yeah. So it's really interesting to have you here today and to be discussing with us. So welcome.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to call up our next student, which is Diana. Let's see where we have Diana. Welcome up.
Here?
Yeah, sure. Take a seat.
Hello, my name is Diana. I'm 21 years old, so I don't think I will have like a really big background experience in mobility, but yeah, I've done quite stuff. I was born in Venezuela, but I live in Spain, and last year I decided that I wanted to go in mobility because it was my last year of university, and I really like to travel and just visit other countries. And I decided to go to Portugal because I was a bit of homesick, and I realized I'm not at all. Like, I just wanted to enjoy my time there. So I was there for 6 months, and when I went back to Spain, I really wanted to continue in the international level. So I tried to join the ESN, but it was impossible because I didn't have much time with the thesis and the lectures. And I asked the university if I could do another mobility, and they said that I could. So I was looking for 2 months until I found the one in the ESN International, and I'm here. I don't know what else to say.
That's great. That's great. Welcome so much. So you've also traveled a long way to come to Europe and do your mobilities here.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're currently doing your mobility program?
Yes, I'm doing Erasmus internship.
Exactly. For how long are you doing that?
Until March.
All right. Okay. Great. Thank you for joining the panel. We have our next speaker from Ireland, Kiana. Welcome up to the stage.
Great. Hello. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Great. My name is Kiana. I'm president of ESN Ireland. I also don't have too big a background. I'm from Dublin in Ireland. I did my Erasmus in Lund in Sweden. Yes. I was there about 2 weeks before I joined ESN Lund, and that was 2019, and now I'm president of the national organisation. I am also a member of the LGBTQ community. I identify as non-binary, use they, them pronouns, and I'm also bisexual. And I also identify as a disabled student. So those two things played a big part in me deciding where to go to Erasmus, go on Erasmus. So I chose Sweden because in my head Sweden was this magic utopia where everything is wonderful and accepted. So I had a great time there, got kicked out in March 2020, joined ES in Ireland. I'm now doing my Master's in Peace Studies. I live in Brussels and working in the Parliament until December. So that's everything.
Great, welcome. Now I'm curious to know, was Sweden this peaceful thing where you don't have any challenges?
You have really good PR, I think. It was amazing. It was definitely very different to Ireland. It wasn't kind of the haven I expected, but I learned a lot there, and yeah, I think it was almost the haven I expected, but with a few differences.
All right, okay. We'll dig into those differences soon. We have our last but not least student Demetrius. Welcome up on stage.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dimitris. I'm Belgian, so I didn't travel far. I do have a migration background, so my grandparents came to Belgium in the 60s to work in mines. Why am I here today? I really believe in what Erasmus stands for and what accomplishments it's already brought forth. The Erasmus program and going abroad in general builds intercultural bridges that help to overcome some eternal problems that we face as a global society. Right now, I'm the president of the local section of ESM at VUB and EHB in Brussels, and I went on Erasmus myself in the winter semester of 2021. I went for completely different reasons, so maybe it sounds weird, but I went to Greece. Why? Because I have a very big urge to go back to my country of origin, to live there for 6 months, and I'm very excited to have the opportunity to talk here today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dimitris. It's nice to also have a local here, right, in the panel, and maybe you can give reflections as well from how it is for students in Belgium as well as how it was for you in Greece. All right, that's great. So you already started off on a really great point, you know, why we are going abroad and what it really brings to society as a whole, the benefits of mobility. And I'd love to know for all of you, what did you get out from your mobility experience? What did it bring to you personally or professionally? Yeah, you want to start, Keith?
Okay. Yeah. Like the big thing, I think, that's when I arrived to Brussels, the university gave us some papers about to introduce the university, and to be honest, it was so difficult to get this opportunity to come to with the Erasmus program, and also to get, I felt also alone with all the procedures, for the visa and for everything. Then the big thing that when I went here, they gave us these papers about for example, what the university has as help for student health. And I saw this psychological help,
it was like, if you have any questions about your sexual orientation, you can like contact the psychologist. So I contacted her, and she really helped me. Like in Belgium, I felt like accepted. I started to accept myself, to come out, and to not be ashamed of it. And yeah, for me this is a big event, and that I decided to stay here, and decided to choose myself to stay and ask the asylum, because asking asylum means that I can go back to my country. So it means that my family is still there, my friends, my society, my work, everything. So yeah, I choose myself and I accept myself. So this is the big thing for me.
Yeah, and was this support different from what you would receive at university back in your home country, for example?
I could never talk about my sexual orientation in Jordan, especially that I want to become a priest, and especially that also my position, my social position in Jordan, it didn't give me this opportunity to share. And also because I'm the only son in the family, it means that I'm the one who will take the name of the family and bring babies. So no.
It's a difficult one. Right. But it's nice to hear that you also, for many mobility experiences, it's really where you find yourself and where you manage to, through all these challenges and heaps of information and, orienting yourself in a new country, it's also where
You have the opportunity to really get to know yourself and find yourself. Yeah. How was it for you, Diana? What was the outcome of your mobility? You're currently on it, but what are the things that you've learned, or what have it brought you?
Well, actually, as this is my second one, and I already did one, I think for me, what I've learned was to live on my own and do stuff, because I was just 20. Well, I'm 21 now, but I was 20. And yeah, I've never done, in that moment, the groceries for myself. I never put a washing machine. And I learned how to do all of that on my own. And I think that makes you just grown up immediately, because you start to live on your own and you don't have the help from others. And as far as I know, and with a lot of people I've talked with, they struggle a lot in the beginning. And also it was the same for me, because you're out of your comfort zone and you don't have anybody, and you're like, oh my God, what am I supposed to do now? And yeah, that also helps you in a mental way, I think.
Yeah. And how come you decided to go on a second mobility?
Oh, because I love to go.
Yeah.
I love to leave my house and just experience other stuff. And I love to get to know other cultures, countries,
Yeah.
weathers.
You picked a good country to learn about all the seasons,
Yeah.
all the 4 seasons. Do you think mobility is something for everyone, or is it for certain personalities or certain groups?
I used to think it was, because I think it's really nice to get to know like other countries, other people, and just get out of your comfort zone. But I met this girl that she went on mobility and she canceled it in 24 hours. And she explained me the whole situation, and I really get it, even if I didn't have the same feeling. But I think maybe it's not for everybody, because not everybody can get out of that zone and they just need to be there.
Mm.
So I recommend everybody to do a mobility once in their life at least, but maybe it's not for everybody.
Yeah, it's not an easy time, as you said, with mental health aspects and really stepping out of your comfort zone, right? So these support structures that you were talking about are also so important in helping the students go through and manage, these changes in their lives, right?
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. I can have the mic back. I'll be passing it, sorry, I'll be giving and taking. How was it for you, Klidona? What did you get out of your mobility experience?
So I'm kind of like Kvis. I went on Erasmus to find my own space and kind of find a place where I could kind of come out, be my own self. So at home, my family are very Catholic. This is the biggest room I've ever said I'm LGBTQ to. Hope my parents are not watching. So I don't have that kind of open space at home. I still don't. So when I went to Sweden, that's what I was really looking for. And it was, my life just absolutely flipped. It was so different to be able to say, hi, I'm Cleona, they, them. And most people didn't really bat an eye at it. So that was really incredible for me. As well, before I went on Erasmus, I was diagnosed with ADHD, so I identify as a disabled student. I did not know in Ireland that that counted as a disability. I thought it's just like, okay, your brain works a bit different. Didn't know I could access supports or anything like that. And in Sweden, when I talked to them, suddenly everything was so much easier. They were saying, well, you can record classes, you have these kind of supports, you can have therapies, all of this. So really, everything just kind of opened up to me. I realized things can be very different, very open and very accepting. And yeah, I really found my own space on Erasmus.
That's great to hear. And how do you think, what would your recommendation be to like the universities at home to be able to support people knowing that this, that this support might be present where others are going and so on?
Yeah, I mean, I went back and I kind of searched a bit more in my home university for these supports. They are there, they're just kind of buried under layers of bureaucracy. So really, I think it shouldn't be up to the student to figure out, do I qualify for these? Like, can I access them? Where are they? Really, they should be open and present. They should be coming to the students. So if a student applies for Erasmus, goes on Erasmus, and it's on their record that they have a disability, it'd be great for the universities to approach them and say, these are the supports we have for you.
Definitely, so it's really accessible and available for everyone.
Definitely, yeah.
All right, thank you for that. Dimitris.
Thank you. So most of the points have already come up with the other panel speakers, but for me also it was kind of to take a break from everything that was going on in Belgium for me. I went on Erasmus after the big COVID waves, that had a lot of a big impact on my family, on my studies, everything, and of course to find myself. Like Diana already said, it's a good way to become independent in some way, and also to kind of focus on yourself. So on the one hand, it can have a mental impact in a negative way, like a mental challenge on your mental health. But on the other side, sometimes it can also provide some relief for your mental health. And for me, the environmental barriers, like presented earlier, were very big aspects, were very high for me to go on Erasmus. And on my Erasmus, I had the opportunity to just find myself, take care of myself, only myself for once. And for that, I'm very grateful, and it helped me a lot.
Fantastic, thank you. We'll open up for the floor if there's any questions from you as well. Maybe you have a question to our students about their experiences or feedback on support systems or things that you provide. So this is also your opportunity. So if you're interested in asking a question, just feel free to raise your hand and we'll make sure that a mic comes out to you. All right, do we have any questions already? Yeah, all right. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Anne Franks. I work for AP, University of Applied Science in Antwerp, here in Belgium. And as you can see from my age, I'm not a student anymore, although I like to think differently, and rather work as support staff to help enable exchange experiences. Now we are very keen to maximize the opportunities, that is also numerically give more people access to the opportunity. And of course we only have limited resources to support that. Now, one of the alleys we've been looking into is to reserve some of the Erasmus funding to create short mobilities, or to support short-term mobilities in this blended mobility new thingy that's in the Erasmus program. Because we reasoned, going through our own analysis of why are not all students taking the opportunity to go on a long exchange. And a few of the barriers that we found is, while my father wouldn't allow me, girl on my own, Maghreb background, to go, or the number one reason, I'm afraid. Then we tested, would those barriers be lowered if we were to give them a financially supported opportunity to go on a shorter mobility. And apparently, but that's still to be confirmed, this did lower the barriers. So we now reason that in diverting some of the funding to support such opportunities, we're actually massively increasing opportunities. Of course, you can say, well, but the short-term, well-organized mobility is not the same as those mobilities that you have. But we like to think it's a gate opener, particularly to get rid of the barrier that is, I'm afraid. So this is my background, and I wanted to use the opportunity to pitch that reasoning to you guys and see perhaps you have some clues of how we can refine our hypothesis or what we're trying to do about that. Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. It's very interesting to hear from that perspective and the solution that you've also tried to find in tackling this challenge. I don't know if any of you have comments or maybe, yeah, go ahead.
Personally, I'm a big fan of the idea of short-term mobility. I think some people think, oh, well, mobility, like, it has to be long, it has to be a full year, otherwise I haven't done it properly. But that also feeds into the idea that you can only do one. And I think all of us up here kind of demonstrate that you can do more than one mobility. I would consider me living in Brussels now another mobility. Dana, you're on your second one. So definitely the short-term mobility is brilliant because they can go for 2-3 months, realize it is something they can do and want to do, and then they can commit to another and another and another. So I think the short term definitely makes long-term mobility much more accessible because it gives them that little taste and makes them realize this is something for you, something you can do. And you can do so many. Like, just because your first mobility was short doesn't mean you can't do another one.
That's a very good point. Anyone else would like to comment on this? Yeah, go ahead.
So every type of mobility is an opportunity, whether it's short or long. Sometimes you can even extend it. I know a lot of people that went on mobility with me just extended their mobility if they had the opportunity. The insecurity or like being afraid of going on mobility is a very big aspect of it. I know a lot of my peers experience the same thing, like, do I qualify to go on mobility? Because in a lot of people's minds, mobility is a reward that is going to be given to a student, if, for example, if they have good grades, if they show up to class, if they have a very big connection or presence at the university itself. In the cases like, for example, I know about people from a Maghreb background, but also in my case, people from the south of Europe, the environmental barriers, because, for example, I'm also like the first of my family to go to university. If you change the determination of how you determine that someone can go on mobility, has already a very big impact. For example, at the VUB, and I'm very grateful for it, a very big factor for being allowed to go on mobility is your enthusiasm. And I'm very grateful for it because I was not the best student before going on mobility. I was really not. But I still was given the opportunity. And because I'm also the first one of my family to go to university, there are certain habits and things that are common in university life that they didn't understand. And so there is a lot of energy from a student with these environmental barriers goes to explaining to the parents or to the family, like, why am I doing this? Also, why am I going on mobility? Because that's also a very big aspect. So I kind of, when I went on mobility, I hid it from my parents, the application, because, and then when I got accepted, they accepted the fact that I was going away because they couldn't do anything about it at that point. So it's a lot also about how you determine what factors do you use to determine who can go on mobility. That's also a very big way of impacting the people that go on mobility.
What factors do you think should be?
Enthusiasm should be the most important one. Of course, the incentive, we had the incentive of you have to pass your courses to go mobility, and it really helped. So once I knew I had the chance to go mobility if I passed my courses, then was fine. Like, I did my best, but a lot of students think, like, if I don't have high grades, then I cannot go. Mobility is reserved for people with high grades.
So what do you think we can do, it's for the panel, what do you think we could do to make more people aware that mobility is really for them, that it's open for them and it's accessible for them? Do you have any thoughts?
I think, like, by doing workshops about Erasmus, the Erasmus program in the original university. So in my university, for example, we had some kind of these things, like also with the experiences Erasmus students who came back to my original university in Jordan. So yeah, that helped. Like, that helped too much to that helps too much to be more ensured, to be more secure that it's going to be a good. Way, but also I think it's important to have this support office or something in the original university who which like help the student to tell him, for example, to be everything clear, to tell him about all the procedures and to help them with it. For example, with my experience, I didn't get this help. It was just like it was so selective. I had to have a high degree, high grades. Like I had to have distinction, and also there was many conditions, and language also. You had to speak English, and we had to pass 2 interviews also in the university. For example, we were 60 people who wanted to come to Belgium, and they wanted to choose just 2 people, and which is really low, and it was really competitive. But what helped me that also I know the stuff there, the people they interviewed me, they know me, they know my background, I know they taught me also, and the international office, like I was always like participating in conferences and everything to show that volunteer and that enthusiasm, as Dimitris said, it's really important to also the student himself also to say, okay, like there's not so much support, but I want to do it. So if you want, you can do it. But it's true that it's hard to believe in himself, and so that's why it's important to have this support, more support maybe for students who want to do it.
Yeah, Diana, how do you think we can inform more students that mobility opportunities are for them?
But like in a economical way, or
in any way? How do we make students aware that mobility is an option that they can participate in?
Actually, I think from my experience, like I've known the program of Erasmus like since last 3 years. That is not that much, and I don't think they like advertise it in a really good way, and not a lot of students know it. And like Erasmus internship, like nobody knows what is that. Like everybody's asking me like, no, but you're not doing an Erasmus. And I'm like, yes, I'm doing an Erasmus. It's just that nobody knows it. And I think like universities should give more information about the mobility programs, like in general, not just Erasmus. And also try to make the students like really like it, and maybe ask the older, like people that have experience in Erasmus, just like tell others to do it and give their experiences. Yeah, like just give more information to students and also like help them with the procedures and everything, as you said.
Great. I can take that back. Cleonora, you mentioned that you're a president of ESN Ireland. Is that correct? Yes. How do you work with universities or with different stakeholders in your country to help spread the word of mobility?
So this is really something we're just starting to do. We had our first conversation with our national agency in Ireland, the Higher Education Authority, and we spoke with our social inclusion and diversity officer for the first time, which was great. So we don't have a lot of structures in place yet, but it's something we're really hoping to do. My project manager, Mark, who's in the audience, is also working on this, the social inclusion and the social impact. So we're hoping to start putting up student testimonies on our website, our blog, our social medias. I think kind of conversations like this, like hearing the voices, hearing the stories, really makes an impact. So hopefully we will be collaborating with our national agency for these testimonies. We'll be able to get them out kind of everywhere, hopefully in Ireland, and people will be able to see it's not just kind of the richer students, the more privileged students who are doing Erasmus. It is everyone. So hopefully you'll keep an eye out for that social media campaign. It'll be up soon.
That's great. Thank you. Do we have any more questions from the audience, perhaps? Yeah. So mic coming for you. Please introduce yourself.
Hi. I'm Ellen Pauwels. I'm a coordinator internationalization for Katia Zavenberg. We're actually a secondary vet school. But we have a K2 project on how to make it more accessible, etc. And one of our questions was, how do parents from pupils with migrant backgrounds, because our school, I think 98% of our pupils has a migrant background, how do they react? And is it different for boys and girls? Would it have been different for you if you had gone abroad when you were 17, 18? How your parents reacted than when you did?
All right. Do you want to go ahead and you started a little bit on that point?
So I'm going to talk about the Greek experience. In Greece, we have like Greeks in Belgium, because there's a difference. There is a very tight relationship in the house, and with the mothers or even with the fathers, it's very difficult to let the child go away, and even more so, I think, when you're underage than when you're an adult. The very good thing that we had at our secondary school is we had a teacher that was very engaged into providing us information and classes about internationalization, the European Union, world politics and everything. And so from, I think, like the 5th year of high school, we got info sessions from old students that went on Erasmus. It's also something I'm doing right now with this teacher, and so he continuously provides the opportunity for these high school students to get information about Erasmus, what it is, what the experience entails when you go abroad, and how you can get it. And for example, last year I did it with a student that was with me on Erasmus from KUL, and I was from VUB. And the application process and the mentality of how to get in was completely different. So there is also a lot of interest, because a lot of students, and especially high school students, they don't know what Erasmus is and the opportunity to go abroad. In migration, in families with a migration background, it's even higher, because most of them are like me, and we are like the first generation that is kind of privileged to go to university or higher education in general, and so they don't have the information that other families have. So it's very important. The sooner you know about it, the sooner you can prepare for it, and the more excited you can become about it.
All right, great answer. Thank you. Go ahead.
So Actually, as you said, like it's really difficult when I come from an Arab country, and sometimes we have also like a bad prejudgment about Europe and about like for many traditional families, especially Jordan, it's like tribes, and they are so traditional with their mentality. They for them, like especially for girls, like the girl she has to stay at her parents' place until she get married. So it means that she can't do any mobility. So it's different from country to from family to family. For example, my best friend before I came to Brussels, she also like she wanted to do Erasmus, and she got accepted actually. But what helped her that like her family, she had a good relationship with her family, who they trust her, and also she's minority. She's from she's a Christian, so it was, let's say, like it was easier for her. But it's true that for girls it's so hard to do mobility. For boys it's much easier. Especially in my case, for example, also I'm a stubborn guy, so my parents like never like refused me to do something. So I mean, like they tried, for example, like when I went to Jerusalem, but I told them no, like, it's my choice. So it's also important that the person like also himself like impose also like his how say it, like dreams, like, or like what he wants to do. But it's important maybe to have maybe communication between the family and the student, and the family and the university. If they can also help to change the idea, also to promote more what is Erasmus, why it's important, how what could it change, and also to change the idea, the prejudgment we have about Europe. And also to, I think also in Europe, it's important to change the prejudgment about Arab countries. It's so important, this internationality, and to be more open-minded both sides. So yeah, it's not easy. As you mentioned, it's not really easy thing for families to accept, especially if they have, for example, one son, or like they come from far away, like Jordan is out of Europe. So and to be alone, this is difficult. But like when you ensure that you are going in Erasmus with another person, for example, like as I mentioned, my best friend, she went with another girl, so there were two girls, and it was easier like for their families to accept. Both they were also like a different religion. I mean, like she was Christian and the other girl was Muslim. But when they told their family that I'm going with a girl, I will live with her, the university also gave them accommodation before they came to told me you will be there. So that was also like it helps, because actually we don't accept the idea, for example, to live with sharing with the guys and girls in the same apartment. Because of many reasons. So they were two girls in the same place. Okay, that's good. And they feel safe, like the family feels safe that our daughter will be okay.
Yeah, so it's like a joint effort of the university supporting as much as they can, the home university, maybe the destination where you're going, that things are easy to find accommodation, and reassure the parents that, this is going to be the experience, they're taken care of. There's some security in that as well. Yeah. How was your experience, Diana, in telling your parents about your first mobility?
Well, so I don't live with my dad because he lives in the United States, but I'm really, really close with my mom, and it's been hard both times for her. Also, it was for me, like the first time, even worse than this time. But I don't know, I think she would like me to stay at home my whole life with her. But I'm the opposite of that. like every summer when I finish university, I just go somewhere like for the whole summer. And I think she will get used to that at some point, because I'm just doing that all the time, and I'm planning on continue doing that. But yeah, I guess at some point I will understand like how it would feel for a mom just to see her daughter or son just going abroad all the time, because I guess it is hard. as it is also for like the other person, like for me, it's not the easiest. Like sometimes I'm just like, oh, I want my mom here. I want the food of my mom, and yeah, like stuff like that. But yeah, and I just wanted to say that when I went on my previous Erasmus, I met 3 Jordan guys, and none of them wanted to go back to their country, I remember. And I also met this Moroccan
Moroccan, yeah.
girl, and I remember this was really curious for me, but she needed to go back home in the, oh, I forgot the name, but when they have to, like, they don't eat for a month.
Ah, the fast.
Yeah.
Ramadan, yeah.
She went back home when they had to do the Ramadan, and like she felt free for the first time in her life, because she's my friend and she was telling me like her experience, and that's really shocking for me, because I think I don't have like that much barriers in my life, but it is also nice like to see the perspective of other people when they just go and live on their own.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. All right, I have a last question for our panelists. What would your advice be for the people sitting here today? I mean, we have so many different representatives. We have universities, we have representatives from the European level, you have your fellow students, and national agencies and so on. What would your recommendation be in terms of how to make the program more accessible for students? Anyone who feels like starting? You want to go?
I think one thing I found a little bit lacking when I went to Sweden was there wasn't a space for LGBT students. So I did go abroad thinking this can be amazing, I can be kind of out and everything, but the university didn't have anything like that, the city didn't have anything like that, and especially they didn't have any spaces that weren't alcohol-based. So I think one big thing in the LGBTQ community is a lot of things are alcohol-based, which is quite difficult. Like, personally, I don't drink too much, so it's not really something I was looking for. So I think even in ESN, we don't really have the LGBTQ space either. At EGM, we had one meeting, and I think there was maybe 30 of us in the room, and we were all kind of looking at each other thinking, I thought I was the only LGBTQ person in the network, and 30, 35 of us thought that. So I definitely say to kind of universities, national agencies, to kind of try create those small spaces, those kind of open LGBT spaces, because a lot of the time it's up to the students to try find their community themselves, and that is quite tricky. So that would be my one word of advice.
All right. Dimitris?
I really need to think about it.
Yeah, we can circle back to you, no worries.
I think like there is many important things I would like to mention. First of all is to increase the funding, especially for people who come from low income countries, because I think everyone deserves to do this mobility for people who want it, and it could be from a person who comes from not a rich family. So in my case, I got this fund, this scholarship. It's also important to like also to be there for the person who come for the visa procedures. Like as I mentioned, also like I did it myself. It took me 3 months to get a visa to come to Europe. Although the European can come to Jordan without a visa, but if you want to do if you want to stay for a long term, yes, he can. So I felt a bit like inferior, let us say, like you are not really accepted. We are a bit afraid of you. I felt alone. I was like going from a building to take this paper, to do a test, medical test, to do like like many papers to get it. Sorry. Yeah. And like really many things, and in many cities, not just in one city. So it was so hard, and I didn't also receive the money before, so I had to pay myself. So fortunately, I worked for the French embassy. It helped me to get some fund. but if not, my family couldn't like pay it for that because it costs also too much. So for the visa, it costs too much. Also like not just the visa, the papers you wanted, every time you should pay. So it was really hard to get it. So I think
your recommendation?
yeah, it's like to help the student first, like to give them the money before, like to help the student, the ESN, I mean the Erasmus office. We have Erasmus office in Jordan, so to help the students who want to come with the procedure, with the visa, like and to try to give it to them easier. I don't know how, but like easier to give it to them, to give them the access like easier. And I think also like to to change a bit the prejudgment from both sides, like from our country and also from a European country, to open it more, because I think we are living in a world where it's like the biodiversity is like the new key, the new engine like of the society. So mobility is too important, I think, to make the world closer and to accept each other more and to understand our different backgrounds. So yeah.
Great, Diana.
I totally agree with the grant part, because I think that's a barrier for a lot of people when they go on mobility. And if you can not afford it, like for example, I got mine, I went in September and I got mine in December. And like in my case, it was possible, but I know it's not the same for everybody. So I think that's really important. And I will also say that the welcoming from the universities or the companies is really important. And I'm still waiting for my welcome week in Portugal, because I never had one. And I think that that can make a difference, and you can feel the support from your university from the beginning.
Great point. Yeah, go ahead and add.
I want also to add about because she talked about the host university. So, for example, the host university, when I came here, they didn't tell me that I had to be domiciliated. So they give me accommodation with a lady. And when I arrived, I know that I couldn't be domiciliated. I couldn't go to the mairie and to register myself, or like to let the police come and check if I was there. So and also like the law, if as a non-European person, you have 8 days. In 8 days, after 8 days, if you don't register yourself, you will be in a problem. You will be illegally in the country. So I after 3 days I got this, and I had 5 days to be registered. I was also a bit stressed because I thought it's so laws. It's so important to be legal, but apparently now I discovered that it wasn't so important. But I can. But it's still it's good that I did it. But so I didn't have time. I contacted the university, what I do. They didn't know what I do, and then finally they found for me a room in the residence. Which was much better, to be legal in the country. So I think the host university should know more about the laws, also the procedures for the non-European student. So
some more information before leaving on these regulations. All right, Dimitris.
So it's a very difficult question, but Erasmus brings change. But why does it bring change? It's because for me, and I know a lot of my peers on Erasmus experience the same thing, because Erasmus is a surreal experience. It's like outside of reality, you're having the best life. And so it brings a lot of change. For example, the biggest benefit from Erasmus is the fact that it overcomes prejudice. Speaking from a personal opinion, but also in talking about other people that have confined the same thing to me. And that fun experience doesn't start though when you're on Erasmus yourself. That starts at your home university. So the most important thing to make sure that to include as much people as possible in this mobility program and this world is to bring the local and the international / Erasmus students closer together. To make sure that from the first year that someone starts at university, that they come into contact with international, they befriend them, they join them at parties, in bars. Anything can be fun, because every good benefit, like every benefit that comes from Erasmus, like most of it is because it's in a very fun environment. And that has to start at the home university by bringing local international students together. So the local students can experience firsthand what it means to be abroad.
Perfect. Great point. Thank you so much to the four of them. They will also be here so throughout these 2 days. So if you want to chat with them, yeah, you are able to do that. I also want to encourage you. You have so many more students here who have different stories. Do talk to them, hear them out, and what ideas they might have for universities and other actors in mobility. Thank you so much to all of you for your great inputs. And
Also, like maybe because he talked about international, like we are organizing a welcome party in St. Louis with the VEB, ELB, and ESHEX and St. Louis. So it's gonna be on Thursday at 9 p.m. So you could be like, you are also invited. I mean, like if you want to join to meet locally.
thank you again. Thank you. representatives of minority groups, what they do and how they address this topic. And with us to moderate this panel, we have Rita Diaz, who is Liaison Officer for Inclusive Mobility at ESN, and also ESM President of ESM Portugal. Welcome up, Rita. Those two work.
Thijs from the YES Forum. Thijs is the project and advocacy coordinator of YES Forum. I would like to call Remy from the Forbidden Colors. And I would like to call as the final panelist Jeremy from MIARC Europe. Jeremy is the European Secretary of this association. So first of all, thank you so much. Hope that you are comfortable in your seats. So we are going to discuss here today the barriers in mobility. As you know, in the SIM report, there were some groups of included that we tackled the barriers in mobility. And today we want to understand with you, the experts on this topic, what are your concerns? What actually are the barriers that we identified? So the first question is actually for Thijs. And as you know, in the team report, almost 1/3 of the respondents from ethnic minority backgrounds reported experienced discrimination. And the YES Forum works daily to support young people facing disadvantage, such people facing educational difficulties and discrimination based on gender. So what do you believe are the main barriers for students from this minority group?
So thank you very much, Rita. Good afternoon, everybody. We are really proud and happy to be here. The YES Forum was also a partner in this project, and we are really glad to see how it went, and now to be here in the final conference, be able to share some of our experience with you. So for our first disclaimer, the YES Forum is a membership-based organization, and our members, they work daily with young people facing any type of socioeconomic vulnerability stemming from their background. So if I could maybe name some of the 4 main barriers that we have encountered. So the first one would be some lack of a global view. We see that many of the young people with whom the members of the YES Forum works, they are very much in their local region. So they're there, they're having their community, because most of the times they are also in the margin of society. So they are really on their daily business, with their family, with their school, and so really on their social support. So the fact that they don't even imagine the fact that they could go to another city, let alone to another country. So this would be the first barrier. So the second one, of course, economic barrier, as already presented by Win in the results of the SIM project, is that most of the young people with whom the YES Forum works, they could not even envisage the possibility of going abroad if they are not 100% funded. So the fact that they could even half of their funding of their mobility would not enable them to go abroad. And third one was already mentioned before, so it's the fear. So it was the fear of discrimination, fear of the unknown, fear of facing the same things they might have faced at home. So also fear of the language. There is this language barriers as well. So they're afraid of speaking, they're afraid of making mistakes when they speak. And the final one will be a social one that I feel is that so regards, they have this kind of role in their family, so they feel responsible for part of the family. So they imagine if they go abroad, the family will lack that support. So sometimes they're taking care of their siblings, sometimes they're supporting something else in the revenue at home. So they feel that if they go abroad, they would also be lacking. So there will be those four barriers. So this lack of knowledge of the global, so economic, social, and the fears.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What do you think is the main one from the four ones that you mentioned?
I think the fear is a bit mixed. So the fear of the unknown and the fear of discrimination with the economic barriers. So because they feel that they could not go, they do not have the money, and they do not have this possibility, they feel that they will go and they will fail within home. So I think they are all intertwined, all these barriers. They do not come alone, just one. So there's a really global, barriers. They come one at a time, yes.
Okay, perfect. So I now pass to Jeremy. So, Jeremy, respondents from rural areas have slightly high percentages did not want to leave their family. They are afraid to leave their home, as the report says. Since your organization wants to promote international and rural development, what do you think are the main aspirations for rural youth to participate in mobility and their biggest fears?
Thank you for the question. Hi, everyone. So, first and foremost, I think it's the same as everyone else. What you can get from an international student mobility or an international mobility is the same if you come from a rural area or if you live in the city. Where things will be a bit different is it will probably be easier for someone from a city to understand what they can get out of it, and it will be a bit more scary maybe from someone from rural areas, as your study showed, to go for it and give yourself that chance. But you open up your mind, you develop critical thinking skills, you discover new cultures. I wouldn't necessarily say there are very rural-specific advantages, but all the advantages of international mobilities that are well known by most of the people in this room also apply here. Now, when it comes to obstacles, we have similarities with what was previously said. I would say the main obstacle is the lack of information about those opportunities and lack of support infrastructure, if I can call it like this. If you're from a village, your schools will probably not know much about the Erasmus program, so you won't even see a poster somewhere towards the end of high school. The higher education providers are usually also more centered around manual vocational trainings and will be less usually informed about those things. The local municipalities, if they even have an employee, will be dealing with administration of the city hall and will not be monitoring information that comes from the government or the European Union. So there's probably no youth centers, and few youth organizations in the area. So everywhere you would hear about Erasmus, about the European Solidarity Corps, or many of the different opportunities for mobility that the European Union or other organizations offer are not easy to hear about when you're from a rural area. So I would really say that's the main obstacle. And then, of course, there's also the fact that usually you are living in close-knit communities where a lot of people will not even do national mobility, as was said prior. Going to the city for some can already be like this big move that they don't really want to do. Others can't wait to do it, but then do they still count as rural once they've moved to the city and don't intend to come back? And so also mobilities usually take place in cities, especially student mobilities. That's where universities are located, so that can also be an obstacle. If someone wants to stay in a rural area, what opportunity for student mobility will there be for them? There's a lot less. So these things play a role, and of course then the language as well. You're usually less exposed to the international environment, so you are less likely to study hard for your foreign language classes at school, because that's not necessarily the ones you see as most useful. So then you're afraid potentially of going abroad and having to speak in another language. So yeah, those would be the main obstacles, I would say, when it comes to rural mobility.
Okay, thank you so much. If you have possibility to change one thing, what it will change?
Increased funding for rural areas so that there are better infrastructures.
Thank you so much. We now move to Remy. So Remy, 40% reported being discriminated against for being from the LGBT community. What I want to understand is what you consider to be the main challenges for students during and post-mobility that are belonging from this community.
Yes, first of all, hello to everybody. Thank you for having me here. So I'm Remy from an organization called Forbidden Colors. We work on advocacy around LGBTQ rights and the intersection with democratic security on a European level. And next to that, we also do fundraising and fund projects all around Europe, including some projects around education as well. Yeah, maybe because, I mean, we're an advocacy organization, we don't do specifically monitoring on what the topics that you have addressed on. I would like to start actually with telling a personal story, because I have obviously also been an Erasmus student, and I am a member of the LGBTQ community myself, and when I was chosen to be an Erasmus student as a Belgian student, I was sent to Poland in the middle of this crisis on LGBTQ rights in Poland. And honestly, I was, sorry for my French, shocked as fuck about going there. But at the same time, also very much triggered about going there. I was afraid of going, at the same time triggered of going there. I was going to the University of Warsaw. Obviously, Warsaw is the most progressive, most liberal capital and the region there. So at the same time, that was also comforting and so on. But yeah, we all heard the stories about what was happening in Poland at the same time. And yeah, overall, this was a very interesting and actually a mobility that was very triggering for me, that also triggered my interest to continue my work on LGBTQ rights as an activist. But at the same time, I mean, I must say that outside the university, I also endured homophobia and transphobia. I have been thrown out because of my sexual orientation from bars in Poland while being on my mobility. I have been called very bad names when I was walking on the streets in Poland and so on. So, yeah, in my case, this triggered my interest to continue activism and so on. But this would obviously not be the case for everybody. Some people would just come back very depressed of this. So it also gives you a certain, you need, if you work on Erasmus and as a university you invite all kinds of people, you also need to provide them a certain safe space, and that's not always what happens. And yes, University of Warsaw itself, there was never a problem. I was very much accepted there. I was even able to write papers on LGBTQ rights in Poland in the university, but outside the university there was no attempt to provide a safe space. And of course, that's the first thing. I think if we talk about policy-wise, what we could recommend on doing now is that these universities need to at least think about some kind of an inclusion charter for their mobility students. That's the first thing that they could do. And I don't know if we have time still left to say that, so I'm going to say it now. One of the projects that we are funding at the moment with Forbidden Colors is a project on high schools where we, in Poland, where students are getting surveys to basically rank their own school in accordance with LGBTQ inclusivity. And you basically, at the end, you get a big ranking of all schools where you could go and is the most inclusive. Maybe that's something we could do as well amongst ESN students. Give them a survey and make a ranking of the most inclusive universities. By that way, you don't only name and shame universities, but you also give them the opportunity to become better in the ranking. And that's what we see, for instance, this high school ranking in Poland. The universities that 3 years ago were very bad have been improving since then. So it's just an idea that I'm offering here at the moment.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask you also, I saw in your website that you were working in a project related with Ukraine. Do you mind to speak a bit about this?
Yes. That's also some kind of mobility, right?
It is connected to this topic deeply, so I think it will be very interesting for...
Yes, yeah, of course. I mean, we've been working since the war started in Ukraine. We've been working on with organizations in Poland, Hungary, and Romania, and the Czech Republic to provide shelter for LGBTIQ plus refugees coming from Ukraine. And it's actually very interesting, and that's maybe the link that you wanted to make with Erasmus and so on, because we also had a few non-LGBTIQ plus refugees in our shelter, which were mainly Nigerian students and Ukraine, where nowhere else had to go when they basically fled the country, fled the war, entered into Poland. Polish government did not want to help them, so the only organizations inside Poland who really wanted to help these Nigerian students from Ukraine were the LGBTQ organizations that we also were working with. So since the war started now, our partner organizations and those countries have helped over 5,000 LGBTIQ plus refugees, all based on private philanthropy. We haven't received any money from any European Union source on this, which is kind of sad, I would dare to say. But anyway, we're working on that at the moment. And next to that, as I was saying in my introduction, we work on the interlinkage between democratic security and LGBTQ rights. So we have, for instance, also been working with the European External Action Service now to get Russian oligarchs who have been supporting anti-LGBTQ projects inside the European Union before, to get them on sanctions lists so that they cannot do this anymore. Because, of course, obviously, as you might know, this has been a tactic by the Kremlin also for destabilizing Europe. And you have heard it probably last week in Vladimir Putin's speech as well, again, that he was calling out the LGBTQ community as one of the reasons to start the war. Kind of a weird way of thinking, but anyway, yeah, this has been the tactic by the Russians to destabilize Europe, to frame the LGBTQ community as the big Satan in the room, destroying traditional values and so on. Yeah, this is also something that we've been working on regarding Ukraine.
Thank you so much. So we move to our final panelist, Hendrik. Hendrik, you are a researcher, so for you, this report must be a must. In the report says that 70% of non-mobile respondents that they don't have their costs covered by the program. And you actually work on this. You work on mobility, you work on evaluating economic and socioeconomic obstacles. So according to your research, what are the main socioeconomic challenges that students face during all phases of mobility?
Thanks for the question. And hi, everyone. It's a great opportunity to be here and present some of the insights from our research to you. To introduce what we do in the Eurostudent project, which is my main area of research and work, is to survey students in the majority of countries of the European higher education area with regards to the social and economic conditions of student life in general, not just with regards of international student mobility. But yeah, of course, mobility is a large aspect of student life in Europe. So I'm happy to be here and present something. Due to the design of our survey, we've got a data source that allows us to compare different student groups all along the cycle of international mobility, both before going abroad as well as afterwards. And as such, we can compare barriers both from the expectation side as well as the outcome. Now, taking a look at students before becoming mobile, it's about every third student who says that he or she wants to become mobile and go abroad for studies and so on. Having said that, students from lower social and economic backgrounds, so it's first generation students, students whose parents are not economically well off, of course less frequently tell us that they are willing to go abroad. And when we ask students, why is it, why don't you want to go, and what are the main barriers, what are the obstacles, what we see is that there are two main aspects, and especially for students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. The first one, as we've already heard before, are the economic aspects. Many students, and especially those who are first-generation students, tell us that they expect a large additional financial burden. And also they tell us that they expect to lose their jobs. Usually they are older than their fellow students from academic parents, and are more dependent on working during their studies. So this is a further very important aspect. But apart from the economic difficulties and obstacles, we also see that students who don't want to go abroad often say that the social aspects are an obstacle, like getting apart from their husbands or wives or their partners, leaving their children at home, so they don't see an opportunity to go abroad, also because of their social ties at home. Now, moving further along the cycle of international mobility, we also see that those groups less frequently actually realize a stay abroad. Like, as I said, first-generation students or students who are financially disadvantaged. Still, some of them make it and go abroad. And but there is kind of a selection process. But still, when we ask those after their return home, still the social ties, the loss or leaving alone their families is still considered a main barrier for mobility, even after they have been abroad, as well as the financial burden. So what they tell us is, yes, it is expensive. It is a real experience for them, and the support they are given is often not sufficient. Yeah, now I've talked about the socioeconomic background mostly, but there are other minority groups, of course. What I want to highlight here is a thing about students with a migration background. What we see in the majority of countries where we are doing our surveys is that students with migration background more frequently want to go abroad, more frequently realize, but when they return home, they say that the financial burden was large and the separation from their partners and children was a huge problem. So to wrap it up, yes, they are more willing, they more often realize their stays abroad, but they face larger problems than students without a migration background. So.
Thank you so much, Henrik. Now we have time for some questions from the audience. I don't know if...
Hello, my name is Elder. I'm the president of ESN Minho, a local section of ESN Portugal. My question is to Jeremy. Actually, we have in ESN an initiative called Erasmus in Schools, where we promote Erasmus Plus and mobility programs in high schools and middle schools. In our section, we prioritize to do these sessions in rural area schools. But it's kind of complicated to have like an higher reach to other rural area schools because they have like a lack of knowledge about these opportunities and the structure that we have for this. What kind of advice would you give us to have a higher reach?
You're a tough audience.
First of all, great initiative, and I congratulate you on reaching out to rural areas. I would think that youth organizations exist. There are not as many as you would find in urban areas, but trying to reach out to rural youth organizations that might be in your area and that could have those contacts with schools and this ability to be intermediaries to help you to help open new doors could be a first way. Yeah, trying to leverage networks at the governmental level. They might have networks with the teachers on an ability to reach out to the teacher through the national agency or through the national government ministry for higher for education in Portugal. I think would be good. That's always the challenge with rural areas, is that either you get a mini bus or a car and you drive around and you go meet people to try to explain a lot of information and convince them of the added value of what you can have, or you need to try to find a few networks that exist that might be able to open the doors for you. But inherently, as you mentioned, there's a lack of information, so there's a lack of interest because they don't know it's there, and so you have to sell it, which might seem strange that you have to sell such interesting opportunities that everybody should want to do, but that's the reality. They don't know about it, and you're going to have to work a bit harder to sell it to them, and that can also be in creating promotional materials, visuals, things you can send or give away by post, by mail, to help them understand what's there for them.
Okay, thank you so much. Does anybody else want to comment on this topic? I know it's not your background area, but sometimes we cross areas. No?
Maybe if I can quickly also on this promotional material to also maybe bring some other students from rural areas who have experienced that might be a really important motivation factor, because they've seen someone that came from the same background as them and who took part of it, and the benefits or also the less more negative aspects. So they can speak to peers and then people who have been in the same situation as they are. So they see the benefit, they see that's also for them.
Okay, thank you so much. Does anybody has more questions? Okay, in the back.
Hi everybody, my name is Jasmin and I'm from the University of Aachen in Germany, and I have a question for Henrik. So I understand that in your study you could compare barriers along the whole mobility cycle. And did you actually find out that the expected barriers are the true barriers, or was there some kind of surprise finding, for example, any barriers that students wouldn't have expected, or the other way around, a barrier that they thought was a huge thing and then afterwards they were like, that was not so bad after all, I wish I'd known that?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, partly. The main aspects I've highlighted, the financial burden and the social ties thing, mostly match, both before and after becoming mobile. But of course there are other aspects as well. For example, we've also got an aspect like recognition of the things, the seminars and lessons you take abroad at your institution at home. Very few students say before they become mobile that they expect the recognition practices at their institution to become a major problem or something like that. Students who have been mobile quite frequently say there have been issues with getting all your certificates from abroad recognized with regards to the studies at home. Just to highlight one aspect. So, but this one, the more outcome-oriented aspects like recognition practices or the worth for entering the labor market, things like that, they are not so much an issue with regards to socioeconomic background of students. There are not so large group differences in between. In fact, actually, the more well-off students who don't want to go abroad more frequently say, it's not going to be recognized, I'm not going to get something out of it, and so on. So, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Does any other wants to comment on this topic? I think this is a transversal priority of everyone. Does anybody from the audience has any more questions?
Hi, thank you very much, first of all, for participating and giving your insight on this very important topic. I'm myself a social process coordinator and student representation in Vilnius University, Lithuania. And I have a question. If you think that already existing initiatives, for instance, in the European Commission, such as European Student Card Initiative, Erasmus Without Paper, and European University Initiative, where universities are gathering into alliances and giving a possibility to transit easier between the universities that are in the alliance, and also opening more opportunities for students. Do you think these initiatives are enough to cope with those barriers that you are representing? And if not, what kind of initiative do you think we are lacking these days? Thank you very much.
Okay. Does anybody would like to start?
Phew. It's going to be my official start for every question, I guess. So you've mentioned a lot of different initiatives that don't necessarily target the same thing. So I'm going to try to have an answer. I mean, the student card impacts the ability to save money and have advantages. I think that's a very good initiative. The cheaper mobility is, the more funding there is for it, the easier it is for anybody from any social or geographical or minority background to use that opportunity. While I wouldn't say in the rural area that necessarily economical barriers are a big issue, because there's all kinds of spectrums. It is one issue, but we have rich and poor in rural areas. I think that always helps. Erasmus Without Paper, as far as I know, and I haven't heard that name in a couple years, so not necessarily up to date on the latest developments, but when it comes to digitalizing the process of filling the paperwork and preparing the mobility, I mean, if you are computer literate, which young people increasingly are, and as far as we know, rural areas also have this, maybe not as good as urban area, but young people in urban or in rural areas are becoming more computer literate. Makes the process easier, I would assume, of actually signing up, but that's really once you've already decided you're going to be mobile. So that's not really helping get people from our communities into the program. That's just making it easy once they've already decided to do it. I'm not exactly sure about the other initiatives you mentioned, so I'll just give a broad answer to finish. I think what I identified as the biggest obstacle for rural communities is the lack of information. And as far as I know, the initiatives you mentioned don't really work on that. The Alliance of Universities, it's great for the universities, for exchanging good practices, and I'm sure some of the other speakers might see an added value there in bringing inclusion policies and exchanging good practices on this. But I don't see it as them reaching out more to people in rural areas or in minority backgrounds necessarily. So I would say that what needs to happen more is those information campaign, those training opportunities for teachers in non-urban, non-obvious areas, to put a special focus on making sure that young people, youth professionals, education professionals in dealing with minority or underrepresented groups are given opportunities to get that knowledge, get that training, have the CT come to them, get a minibus that works great. I keep mentioning it. Put Erasmus Plus on it and start going around and giving trainings to teachers in rural areas, talking to people, promoting the program there, because that's what I see as something that wouldn't come out of all the initiatives you mentioned, and that could make the biggest difference for rural youth at least.
Okay, thank
now,
you.
Who wants to be next?
Okay, good.
So in answering your question, I don't want to shame any initiatives or something like that. What I can do is give a sort of preview for some of my upcoming research, where I'm matching our survey data to data that is collected by Eurydice, monitoring the implementation of policy reforms in the countries of the European higher education areas with regards to student mobility. And what I clearly see, it's only preliminary, but I'm quite confident about this, the most effective initiative and policy reform in order to increase the numbers of students to go abroad in a country is to have the national student funding being also applicable abroad, so that you receive the money still when you are in a foreign country, which is a thing that isn't done in many countries of the European higher education area. And this kind of thing works both in order to increase the absolute numbers of students to go abroad, as well as to reduce social exclusiveness. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Pass to this side.
So quickly, just to pigtail on what Jeremy was saying about the complete literate people, that also not only that is a problem, but also for functional literate people. So those who can read and can write, but then they can only read and write basic information. So they cannot understand the full meaning behind of what is written. So the fact there is a really bureaucratic and high burden forms to be filled, that also poses a problem for people who can read, but then also has this barrier. And then soon the European Commission will be launching, or is in the process of launching, an initiative called ALMA. So that's supposed also to really rude saying, but it will be like Erasmus for underprivileged young people. So where they will have the possibility of going to another country for short-term, for internship opportunities. And then I think that's really interesting part of this initiative is there is a pre-training. So they really value this pre-workshop of intercultural communication, getting to know the country where you're going to really bridge this first shock. But well, it's really nice on the paper, so let's see how that will go.
Okay.
Maybe also very shortly to add, I should have said this at the beginning. Always when people introduce me as a representative of the LGBTQI community, I always say nobody can be a representative of the LGBTQI community. We're a very complex community. We're actually existing out of different communities and so on. And I would dare to say, for instance, that there are certain parts of our community which are more underprivileged than others, obviously. Me, as a gay, cis, white man, I have much more privileges than trans people, for instance. I'm a child of a European master program myself, a European master program on human rights. If I look at my class, there were a lot of gay cis white men there. So for obvious reasons, I would dare to say that for that specific community, that there is certainly more access to all of the programs, which is for sure not the case if it comes to intersex and trans people, for instance. So I think we also, if we look at the LGBTQI community, we should make these differences between several letters of the acronym and see what different discriminations also exist there.
Okay, thank you so much. We have the time for the last question. I don't know if someone... Thank you.
Hi, I have a question. What is the initiator or the main push factor at your institution to get rid of barriers to inclusion in mobility? Thank you.
Do you understand the question? Yes. You want to start, Henrik?
Who or what is the most important push factor to get rid of the barriers? I mean, a person or anything else? We need to know, because we lack of them.
Well, actually, I think I already answered that. The funding has to be secured, I think, and that mainly should be a thing of national legislature, I would say.
So at the Yes Forum, we are bringing together several organizations from different European countries. So the fact that we run projects that also brings together many young people, and then so we try to foster and then break this fear of the other, and the lack of possibility of they thinking they're not being part of it. And then most of the projects that we are running, we try to also get rid of the language barriers. So we try to incentivize young people to communicate and express themselves through other means, which through photographs, for example. So they will be, photo voice method is one that we are being using a lot. So it's taking pictures. So they have a kind of a research question, and then they take pictures to represent the answer to this question. So this is some kind of initiatives to really get rid of those barriers.
Okay, thank you.
So Measure Europe is not a student or a mobility-focused organization. Our aim is to ensure rural development and the equal participation of young people in rural communities and their representation in European institutions. So our focus is much larger than mobility. So the push factor, I guess it's through people that when it comes to mobility, engaging with someone that will share their story, will inspire someone from a rural community to consider mobility. And it's maybe an obstacle I could have mentioned, that there's not as many role models, in the sense that you're less likely to find someone that went on an international mobility and that came back to your village, because people that usually will do a mobility, as far as I can understand, are rural youth that went to a city to join a university, and as part of that university degree did a mobility. And usually those type of work also mean that those type of studies usually imply work that you don't find a lot in rural areas, so they tend to stay in urban settings afterwards. So the role models don't come back necessarily to rural areas, except if it was your brother or your sister. And so having people that come and create those opportunities for people to hear about those experiences, and also from a personal touch, I think can be an important push factor. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. As the last intervention? No? LGBTQ plus community. As the last group, we have the rural community, and 43 of ethnic minority students from a rural background reported being treated unfairly by students, and also reportedly needing at least 75% of mobility program costs to be covered. So these are the fact sheets. They will be soon available in ESN International website. Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure to be with you. And now let's go to lunch. No. I'm passing over to Safi, actually, before lunch.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your great interventions. All right, those were very interesting discussions that we've started, and we're hoping to continue them also after lunch. I just want to inform you how it looks after lunch, because we will not all be coming back here. You will be going into breakout sessions to look more at different practices that some of you are carrying out and have more of a close-knit discussion around these topics. So you will have let's see if I manage to get, yeah, perfect. You'll have the defining minority groups in your country, higher education institutions. So really exploring the good practices on how to define minority groups, as this may look different in different countries, and how you set up your strategic planning at the national institutional level. That will happen in Salle des Arches, which is in here, if you didn't know. So if you're going to that session, you're staying in here after lunch. Then you also have engaging, more challenging to reach youth. Okay, engaging, more challenging to reach youth. So you will exploring the challenges and possibilities relating to reaching out to underrepresented group. So it's really about outreach connected. That will be in the attic. Outside, you'll also be able to see the signs to the different rooms, but the attic, as it sounds, is a floor up. And support for students in need, refugees and migrants, really looking at how to work with this minority group will be in the saloon. And that's just here to the, well, it becomes your right. When you go out here, there's stairs going down to the saloon. So you registered for these breakout groups. No, they didn't when coming in? No. That's for the World Cafe. Okay, great. So you actually get to decide now then where you're going to go, and keep that in mind for after lunch. So those are our feedbacks. Lunch is served just outside. You'll be able to enjoy the lovely weather as well in the garden there, and see you back in your rooms at 2 o'clock.
minority groups session. So yeah, first of all, thank you to be here because I think all the sessions are really important, but I think this concrete session will be really useful for all of you, both if you are students, ESN representative, national agencies, universities. Any of you can start working on this definition and actions, and try that, as we saw in the student panel, it's really important that people from minority backgrounds take part in mobilities and how can benefit from them. We saw like amazing stories this morning and really inspiring. So I think we can all contribute to make mobility more inclusive and have more people like them taking part in them. So we have 4 amazing people today that will contribute to defining minorities. So first of all, I want to call to the stage to Josip Lusa from Salto Inclusion and Diversity Center for Education and Training. Thank you very much. Also, I want to invite Christos Aivaliotis from the International Credit Mobility Team from the DEAC, the European Commission. To Corinne Drouard from the French Erasmus Plus National Agency from Education and Training. And finally, to Vilma Kardauske, I hope to pronounce it well, from the Vilnius University of Applied Science. Thank you. So, yeah, let's start with Josip. You are going to tell us a little bit more about the definitions of the minority groups and make a little introduction about this topic. So please.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Good afternoon. I would first of all like to thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to participate in this event. My name is Josip. I work at the Croatian National Agency, the agency responsible for the implementation of the Erasmus Plus program. And our agency was just recently selected to host the Salto Center, Resource Center for Inclusion and Diversity in the field of education and training. As some of you already know, there is a Salto Resource Center for Inclusion and Diversity in the field of youth. It has been very active for, I believe, decades now. And the European Commission just recently decided to add another Salto Resource Center that will focus on the topic of inclusion and diversity in the field of education and training. So in that regard, in that context, I'm looking forward to cooperating with the ESN, among other relevant stakeholders. So since we're on a tight schedule, I'll try to speed things up. So I will first say a few words about inclusion and diversity in the European context. Inclusion has been one of the cornerstones of for topics related to inclusion. From my experience, it's usually work with the beneficiaries and potential applicants to help and make the program more inclusive and diverse. As for suggestions to beneficiaries, of course, transparent selection of participants. I believe this requires no further explanation. The process of selection should be transparent. Awareness raising and outreach. I believe this is also something really important. I mentioned earlier that inclusion is right now being mainstreamed a bit. So I believe that each organization, regardless whether you're a school or a university or just an NGO or something like that, I believe you should think of ways in which you can contribute in this regard, be it through social media campaigns, be it through some other activities. We've done a lot as an NA, but I will not speak about it right now. Maybe if you have any questions on that, feel free to ask me later. And of course, preparation and support provision to participants. All of us feel a bit uncomfortable when going into the unknown. So persons with fewer opportunities selected to go abroad and take part in the mobility, I believe all of them will feel much more comfortable if they get all the right information. And the last thing, I already mentioned it, mainstream inclusion. I stretched this part to both sides, so I think this is something that concerns both national agencies and beneficiaries. So inclusion should not be just, you know, some section of the program that sometimes is relevant, sometimes is not relevant. So I don't know, I can create an inclusive corner on my website. I mean, that's not the point. It shouldn't be it shouldn't be pushed aside. It shouldn't be in the corner. It should be mainstreamed. You should talk about it all the time. You should have social media campaigns. When you organize events, you should always You should always keep inclusion in mind. So that way, it's gonna take time, but finally, I believe everyone will become aware that this is an important issue that all of us need to tackle. So that's all from me. Here you have my email, and in case you have any questions, feel free to ask me either now or later. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Josip. Really interesting to have a framework to start debating about this. If you have any concrete question right now, you can ask. If you have more general questions, we can wait until all of them speak, and then you can make questions, suggestions, or let us know your comments. So if we don't. Yeah.
My question was, how does this apply to what the higher education institutions are supposed to do? So from everything that we learned, what is the higher education institution supposed to do? How are they supposed to use this?
Now I believe my answer will be a bit longer. Okay, my case in this regard. I believe that our understanding of inclusion is rather narrow. So we're speaking inclusion, we're just talking about mobility of students. There's many different ways in which you can be inclusive. Of course, selection of participants and the number of participants that go abroad is important, but there's a variety of ways in which you can be inclusive. Okay, I mentioned here the transparency of the selection process. I mentioned here the Institute of Inclusion Officers. But for example, there's Key Action 2 projects as well. There's your website, whether is it digitally accessible or not. There's the language that you use, whether the right information reaches those that may potentially be interested in going to mobility. There's the question of composition of your partnership. Are your partners as dedicated to the topic of inclusion and diversity as you are? So I could go on, but I'm not sure if that's the topic of the panel. Of course, I understand that the situation in higher education is somewhat specific. But I believe that, okay, if you should focus on some of the things, I believe it's communication and outreach to these groups. So not just those that already decided to go to a mobility, but also those that, I don't know, they might have missed the information. and some of the documents on your website may not be sufficient to encourage them and motivate them to take part in a mobility. So maybe something like that.
Thank you. So now let's go with Christos. He's going to explain us some challenges and the current situation of the priority groups in the ICM mobilities. So please.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Yeah. So my name is Christos. I work in the European Commission in the unit in charge of international cooperation, and I'm coordinating the ICM team. I'll try not to focus only on ICM, but also on the intra-European mobility, as most of the measures we've put in place are in common. Compared to what Josip has presented, I'll try to go a bit down one level. So from the big inclusion framework to how it affects our mobility actions. So first of all, it's important to focus on the new terminology because it's still a bit strange from one program to the other. Now we're talking about participants with fewer opportunities. That is a very broad term. We try to come up with one term that covers all the barriers that Yoshi presented before, and it brings together different target groups that were called under different names in the old program, like participants from disadvantaged backgrounds, underrepresented groups, etc. We've put also in place a lot of non-financial measures. Sometimes it's also important to put the focus on them, like the shorter minimum duration of the mobility, the possibility for a blended mobility, the access to the online language support that was not the case before for international participants of the program, etc. And of course, the financial measures are in the heart of our inclusion policy because a big part of the barriers are linked to socioeconomic reasons. Here I am trying to outline, and I've bolded all the amounts so that it can stick in your memory. We're talking about the top-up to the individual support that the participants with fewer opportunities receive. It's 250 euros per month in the long-term mobility, and it is between 100 and 150 euros per short-term mobility. This will come back in the next slide because this is where we need actually to define our target groups. There is also the inclusion support for individuals, slightly different name, but the idea is the same, how to cover the extra cost that these people incur in order to participate on equal terms in the program. But when we're talking about inclusion support, it's at real costs. We also have included the inclusion support for the universities. It's a small amount, 100 euros, but it's per participant, per case that they have to cover with real costs for the additional administrative burden they have, and an increased organizational support that went from 350 to 500 euros that the universities receive. All of these measures are common for intra-European and international mobility, apart from the last one, the 500 euros OS that is particular to ICM. I told you the top-up will come back. This is practically where we need to ask the national agencies of Erasmus Plus to define the target groups. This is according to the program guide, already in 2022 version, that criteria to be applied for students to receive this additional funding are to be defined at national level by the national agencies and in agreement with the national authorities. This is especially to cover the national context, and I think now we have 3 colleagues from different EU member states, and they will agree that this is very important. We cannot treat all cases equally. And to a certain extent, it works fine as long as we're talking about intra-European mobility, where all the students that you need to care about are your own nationals. So we're talking about a French institution sending French abroad. There is a French framework about it, or a Croatian, etc. And it's much easier to speak with the national authorities. Many times the Ministry of Education or Ministry of Social Affairs have already a framework to offer to the national agency, and it's easier to define which will be the target groups that should be supported by these additional measures. Where it gets more complicated is with the incoming participants from all over the world. So the question in the mouths of everybody at the European Commission, national agencies and universities and alumni associations that we also invited in an internal webinar we did at the beginning of September is how do we do that? We had very particular examples of Nordic countries supporting mainly students with children, and that's it. And then you have students coming from all over the world that might come with, from a multitude of backgrounds and facing different barriers. And what happens if they don't have children? Practically, you don't cover them in that case. Here it's important to say that the national criteria that the NAs put on paper does mean that any other category cannot receive support. Here we're talking only about the top-up to the individual support. Any other category that is not covered there can still receive the inclusion support at real costs. But of course, this is again more administrative. These people need to prove the specific cost they need to incur. They need to come with documentation, with receipts in order to be reimbursed. It's an additional process that, of course, is nothing but inclusion. So the idea is to try to cover the most common recurrent categories through the top-up, because like this, once you prove that you belong to that group, you don't need to prove that you spend this money in a certain way. You automatically receive this additional financial support. We have been discussing for very long with the national agencies, with other stakeholders from the universities, from the alumni. What I'm presenting here are not solutions. What I'm presenting here is the result of the brainstorming we had at the beginning of September. And you'll see that there are actually different paths that the national agencies, together with universities in those countries, have decided to take. And some of them are even contradicting each other, but I think we're in a kind of testing period. We go with a trial and error, and we'll be there together with New Salto in Croatia to collect the best practices and try to share them then with all our network. So we had national agencies that told us that for now everything is very new. The easiest way to go is to replicate the criteria we have for our outgoing students to cover also the incoming. Within a national context, this also ensures equal treatment. In practice, you treat the French students and the Indians and the Mozambicans and the Argentinians the same way. Everybody that has kids, everybody that has a disability, everybody that comes from a certain socioeconomic background receives this top-up. Of course, this is equal treatment on a national context, but all these people come from different national contexts, so the equal treatment is a bit tricky there. It's not so easy. Then we had other NAs that said that I'm going to apply exactly the same criteria as for my outgoing students and add few more, because I know that all these people come from a very great variety of countries, so it's very difficult. And of course, this should be again fixed by the national agency, as the program guide outlines. Then we had other NAs that practically said, I have no way to know what are all the categories that my universities will find during the implementation of their project. So in practice, by fixing the criteria for incoming students, I'm giving my universities less options to support inclusion cases. So they opened the discussion to their universities, and they asked them, at least for the first year, to define all of this in their interinstitutional agreements. So in practice, every Croatian university will sign maybe an interinstitutional agreement with 5, 6 other partners, and in each of them, they will discuss with the university in the third country, and they will define together who will be targeted from one side, from Croatia, and who will be targeted from India, let's say. Then there was also the idea to practically try to specify criteria for incoming mobility per partner country. So it's not even decided within the national agencies, but we have already some structures for quite some time called the NEOs, the National Erasmus Plus offices in all the neighboring regions to the EU, that have been working with their own national authorities to define what is a priority for them. So just to give again an example, 1 year ago when we launched this discussion, the Georgian National Erasmus Plus office said, Well, in our case, internally displaced people are a priority group. And I'm sure none of the European countries will think of internally displaced people in their national context because these people do not exist. So how do I get this target group that I have as Georgia to find its way through Erasmus+? That was an example that we used a lot of times. It goes exactly to the opposite direction as the example of students with kids that were, let's say, the Icelandic case. So we're in an open dialogue. Now, apart from the National Erasmus Plus offices that were only in the neighboring regions, who have launched the process of designating national focal points for Erasmus Plus in the rest of the world. This is an ongoing exercise. We have designated already around 50 to 55. Of course, it will probably take another year. But when we have all these stakeholders in place, they will be the most competent to be in touch with the national agencies. We also try to give a lot of platforms for dialogue and cooperation among the two different groups in order to give their perspective. And then, of course, according to the program guide, it's up to the NA to decide if they want to centralize this definition of criteria on themselves, or if they want to open a dialogue with the NEOs, with the national focal points, and try to have a more flexible approach. Another issue that came up, that comes always back to haunt us every time we talk about defining criteria, is, okay, you have defined them, what is the supporting documentation? Again, for your national context, it's easy. You have a ministry that follows this up of social affairs, a Ministry of Health that tells you this is the good document. If somebody has a disability, this is the good document. If somebody is already receiving social aid because they belong to a specific group, this is how they can prove it. And you can imagine for a Maltese university to have to guess what kind of documentation they use between the States and New Zealand and in Mongolia and all the third countries. This is almost impossible. So we, again, we had different ideas. For example, like if you have two identical lists of criteria, does this mean identical supporting documentation or not? What if this document doesn't exist in the other country? Who will be able to tell you what is the equivalent? There was the issue of translation, of course. Who should translate these documents if I receive it in Chinese? Should it be the students that needs the support? Is this inclusive if we ask them on top of everything to pay to translate the document that proves that they belong to this category? Should it be the partner university in China? Should it be the national agency? Should we foresee additional funding for any of these stakeholders that need to step in? All of these questions came in. Also, who decides on the documentation? Will it be on the national agency, on the European side? Will it be on the national authorities of the third countries? These are all difficult questions because we're covering the whole world. So there are no easy answers. I'm sure if they were, we will have found them together with the national agencies in the last couple of years. But it's very important to keep the discussion. The more we keep the discussion, the more stakeholders we bring in, they come with new ideas. You might find a solution that works perfectly for Armenia but doesn't work at all for Argentina. But we need to create a framework where all the best ideas find their place, and then we need to start standardizing these processes, but it will take some time. Another big discussion, declaration of honor. I think for some of the NAs is the absolute solution. For the rest is the devil because it means nothing. It says if we get an audit, if our university gets an audit, this is just a person that says something on a paper and put a signature under it. It gives nothing. Then there is personal data protection. Am I supposed to store physical disability or mental disabilities documentation in my university? There, just to give you, I think it was one of the good things that came up in the workshop we did, is that what it seems to be the case for some universities and NAs is that they ask, the International Relations Office asks to see the original documentation, but they don't keep it. They only keep the declaration of honor, but they need to see the original in order to accept it. So you'll see that you get few examples like that, and suddenly it all starts becoming slightly simpler. And that's it. I think maybe, I don't know if I kept the time, but if you have any technical question, this was my instruction. If you have technical question, you can ask now. Otherwise, we'll keep them for later.
Hi, Vagelis Chatzgiannakis from President ASM in Greece. The thing that I want to actually ask about is, okay, we're talking about all these documentations that all these people have to have in order to get the top-ups and actually get all this funding and stuff like that. How can we actually reduce all this bureaucracy? How can we make it easier for them? Is there something like a common guideline that we should have? Like, how can we actually make it easier for all these people?
Well, to make it easier is a declaration of honor, which half of our stakeholders despise because they use public money, and they need to make sure that the public money goes to the people that need it. This is also why the European Commission expressed a great concern when some of the NAs came with an idea that to have all students coming from certain geographical regions in the world automatically as fewer opportunities. It simplifies a lot to say that everybody from sub-Saharan Africa is with fewer opportunities, but it misses the point. It misses the point that there are sub-Saharan African participants that do not need this additional support to participate, and they shouldn't get it automatically. So I think if we're talking about making things automatic and making them inclusive, we should aim for inclusive and not automatic. Automatic should be there as long as it serves the original purpose, which is this additional money. All these additional measures go only for the students that really need it. Most of the universities that are present here and that have ICM funds, you will know that the ICM funds are very scarce by comparison to intra-European mobility funds. So it's in everybody's benefit to use them wisely. Every mobility that becomes more expensive should become more expensive for a reason, because every expensive mobility in practice, even if we like it, it means fewer mobilities. Somebody else might not go on mobility abroad because somebody else's mobility became more expensive. It's hard to say this, but it's the practice. The university do not have endless funds. We don't have endless funds either. So we need to strike a balance. Declaration of honor, as we said before, it's easy. You can even have a template in English. You don't even have to translate. Then the Chinese university can translate it in Chinese. People sign it, but then the Maltese university will get a template in Chinese with a signature under it. If they get an audit, if they cannot prove that they gave this additional money for the good cause. How it helps, it would be to standardize the procedures as much as possible. So in practice, that this person, this student with fewer opportunities, doesn't need to go and knock 20 doors in 3 ministries to find out which document he needs. Ideally, the university should be already in touch with their national agency, their national authorities, and everything should be clear, so it should be provided like this. You have this type of disability, or your parents belong to a minority group, etc., etc. So here is the document, please sign it. The declaration of honor will be used necessarily for categories that cannot be proved otherwise. So we have, you saw the barriers, practically they cover everything that we could think of, and even that is not exhaustive. So in some cases might be needed, but we cannot make things automatic 100%, unfortunately. Here we will need the national Erasmus Plus offices, the focal points, NAs, universities, come all together, give the best practices they got, then every single stakeholder in the process will start copying the best practices, and down the way, hopefully we will all aggregate everything here in Brussels, as we like to do many times, and start giving guidelines, giving best practices for every case. But it will take, I'm afraid, a few years from now.
So thank you, Christos. Now we are going to pass to Corinne. She will tell us more about their feedback about the past Erasmus Plus program and also the current framework. So please.
Yes,
Okay, that's okay. Thank you for the invitations. I've got the impressions that many things have been said this morning, so I will try to give you another point of view from a national agency, but I've got the impression I will repeat many things you've already heard since this morning. So anyway, I work for the National French Agency, which is in Bordeaux, dealing with education and training component of the Erasmus program. I work more precisely in the granting and the monitoring department. So probably the department really nearest of the projects. But maybe you know Christelle Quetzamet, for some of you, who is our national technical counselor on inclusion for a few months now. So our agency is organized around a governance, working with ministries, working with territorial regional administrations, and working also with higher education sectors, institutions or networks. But this agency also deals with the other sectors. I have to precise it. During the last E+ program, inclusion was already a strong topic. And we had many cooperation projects dealing with this topic. For mobility project, we focused on only 2 criteria in France, based on, let's say, the inclusion support based on real costs, today called. So the disabilities situations and big health problems. We tried to make an assessment of this policy during the previous program, and what we can see is that obviously this has enabled great, let's say, experiences for some participants, successful experiences, successful mobilities, and more, how to say, mobilized organizations. But we also faced some problems with GRDP, for example, because this implied very personal documentation to be transmitted to the organizations, to be controlled in case and controlled by our agency. And so that was the source of questions at the end of the program. Also a kind of, let's say, administrative burden, because the complexity, yes, of these procedures sometimes was a real obstacle for some of the concerned participants. And we have to admit that in some certain countries, there is, and mainly on 107 action, in certain countries it is just not possible to host some participants because you don't have the right services, you don't have the adapted infrastructures. There is not the capacity to, I don't know, have the right equipment, for example, for the everyday life and for the activity during the mobility. So obviously, mains of our successful mobilities concern the 103 actions, and the 107 actions was concerned more for incoming mobilities, because it is easier to organize, yes, how to host and how to accompany such participants with such a health problem. And it's very difficult indeed to have the right documentation, I mean the prices and the name of the good service that could help our outgoing participant, I don't know, in these or these countries. So, well, maybe for some situations, there is a limit, we have to admit. If we consider the financial assessment, this mobilization costs quite a low budget at the end, only 300,000 euro per year, which is not so much if we consider the French annual allocation. So with these two criteria, we did a demonstration that it was, I mean, financially possible. What about the new program? So this hot topic is now a strong priority. And I have to underline what I've been said before. We are trying to designing together a process, I mean, a new exercise to put inclusion in at the center of our action and of the projects. So basically, we know that the Erasmus program gives us 8 obstacles, general obstacles. And so national administration, national agency have tried to draw up national criteria for people eligible for the top-up, adapted to our national context. Sorry. In France, well, our study and surveys show us what we've already heard this morning. The major barriers are financial, psychological, housing, family and friends, and sometimes administrations, which in France can be really a nightmare. So it is one of the pointed out obstacles, I must admit it. So in France, on the basis of these 8 European, let's say, obstacles, we designed 9 criteria, from which 6 concern the higher education sector. You can see them here written on. With the supporting document, we define together with our national administration. So obviously it is adapted to our national context. And obviously we've got this question about the declaration on or no that can be really flexible and easy possibility for the institution and for the participants, but which is not secure at all from, let's say, an audit, a control point of view, because we are dealing with the European funds. So we need to find out a reasonable balance between, I guess, which document is, okay, and to secure the system. These criteria, we tried as much as possible. We thought these criteria to be readable, objective, and that can be that can justify some situation. Anyway, for this ongoing process, we can heard from our beneficiaries and from participants some reaction, and we take them in account, because we are at the beginning of a new program and we are trying to design the best procedure as possible, but probably we are always trying to do so. So you can see here the greatest obstacles or questions raised by our organizations and the participants in France. I must underline that given the context of this new program, we encourage the organization to develop a broader inclusion strategy progressively. But for these first years of the program, we will obviously more have a look on the preparation of the organization. How do they prepare, to tackle the objectives at the end? Their adaptation, because their process, their administrative procedures have to be adapted in many cases. The personnel, the staff have to be performed, have to become more maybe aware of these objectives and of how to deal with such a situation, sometimes new for them. And we will have a look on what should be, what have been the first action, the first priorities tackled by the institutions, the first results and the first impact. So we will not consider from that point that the objective have to be, let's say, okay, inclusion is a process for everyone here. The levers, when we talk with our organizations, we can identify some levers. This broader approach, not only top-ups, but maybe shorter mobility, hybrid mobility, cooperation project, co-financing, because in France you've got some co-financing. Sometimes you can mobilize with Erasmus funds to tackle the inclusion objectives. A mobilized and aware staff, and that's also very important, because a staff that understands the objective, the stake, is a staff that is okay to move the procedure, to move the rules. And of course, importance of pooling and exchange between organizations and students, and at the European level. So thank you again for this project, because this is a nice occasion to think and reflect together on that subject. A few words on 171 action, because we've got this question about how to deal with incoming students, and that's an open question, to be honest. That's still an open question in France, but we received many applications telling us we will have people eligible with the top-ups, incoming people from many countries, eligible with a top-up. So we surveyed our organization. How do you build your application? How do you, which methods do you design? Did you design to make this evaluation of needs? And well, I can tell you that our French organization are really mobilized on that subject, also with 171 action, so that's a great point. And during the application process, and even before, they talked a lot with their partners about this priority and how to implement it with these international actions. What they finally told us is that sometimes they identified some criteria, country per country, partners per partners, but sometimes they think about writing these criteria down their interinstitutional agreement. So that's, let's say, a subsidiarity method that tends to be designed here. But some of them also tell us it was not always possible to write these criteria down an interinstitutional agreement because of, let's say, diplomacy within the partnership. So we need also to think about how not to fragilize these organizations and these partnerships. So for us, it is, to be honest, an ongoing and open question. And as national agency, we need to reflect on how can we evaluate, monitor these projects, this situation, and how, in case of control, should we and how should we control these mobilities in particular. So that's for us, yes, an experimental period also. A lot of discussion, but
Corinne, I need to ask you to finish your presentation
okay,
because we are running out of time. But
okay.
If you can
Anyway, I was
Sorry.
over, so thank you.
Super. So finally, we have Vilma from the University of Applied Science, and she will share the best practices of her university.
Hello, everyone. Am I hearable? Okay. So my name is Vilma Kardowska. I come from Lithuania, from Vilnius University of Applied Sciences. I work at international office as project manager for outgoing mobilities. And I'm really happy to be here today because I was thinking myself that's probably, it's the best conference I've ever been because it's so relevant. Everything is so relevant for us nowadays. It's so on the, it's on the top of discussions. So it's really, really nice. So I'll be sharing the experience from institutional level. To start with, these are several just facts about my country and about my institution. So Vilnius University of Applied Sciences was founded in 2000 by joining together different before existing institutions. And that's the largest accredited professional higher education institution in the country. So what we are really happy about, we have been on the ranking position of #1 among UAS in the country for a number of years. And the graduates are awarded professional bachelor diploma. Here you can see some numbers. We are not very small. We are home to a little bit more than 6,000 students. We have 7 faculties. We are really proud about the employability rate of the graduates, which is, well, yeah, a little bit out of date, but still high. We have programs in English, 9 of them. Some faculties, as you may see, don't have the programs. However, they are very strong in partnerships as well, since they provide different elective courses. Students and staff can come for a different project work, for research, and so on and so forth. We have been quite stable in our international mobility numbers for a number of years. However, of course, excluding the pandemics, when everything dropped down dramatically, now we are coming back to normal, as we like to say. We also have project expertise as an institution in Erasmus+, Nord+, etc. Here are the mobility numbers. So as you may see, the pandemic years were like dramatically low. That was a tragedy. No one wanted to participate in mobilities. Even if they went, in 2 weeks, they wanted to come back. So it was like a mess, complete chaos. As for the staff, it was exactly the same picture. We have numerous partnerships with different higher education institutions. So you can see some of the logos here. We have research and development expertise. We strive for research and development cooperation. So that was like a very short introduction about the institution itself. Now, well, you can see the strategic goals at Vilnius University of Applied Sciences. So the first one is quite relevant to the mobility, since it is about carrying out well, higher education studies that are attractive to students, how to increase the numbers of people studying there at Vilnius University of Applied Sciences, and the mobility is in close connection with that point. So at our institution, of course, we were trying to keep up with the requirements by European Commission. And how it all started, I'll be honest with you, we were quite at a shock how to develop these procedures, because we didn't have any idea of where to start, which groups to include, which should be more relevant, which should be less relevant. And of course, we were considering the same things as already were mentioned by Corina and the colleagues in the morning. The budget is limited. We cannot finance everyone, even if we consider that, well, they should get extra support. Another point of view was, how shall we base that the student has really certain needs, and I have in mind documentation. And that was a big discussion, even a few within the working group. We consulted lawyers, because the documentation again has to go in line with the national legal basis. So you cannot just require specific documents. So, like, that was a process. What we were really happy about, that we were not alone. Each institution in Lithuania had to develop its own documentation on inclusion. Of course, we were really supported by the NA, and we had conferences, we had discussions, we had common events with other higher education institutions, where we really gladly shared experiences, everyone. So I will move now to the groups we identified as fewer opportunities. So the first one, disabled and with health disorders, financed through national agency. Then from families belonging to underrepresented groups, from the social perspective, again going in line with the acts of legal acts with the Republic of Lithuania, the ones who have extra support. Another one, younger than 25 years of age, having been in custody and care till their adulthood, or the ones who are orphans. Students with a level of work capacity of 80% and less. Another group, the ones who have children under 14 years of age, because, well, we know that's kind of an obstacle to travel somewhere. Refugees and students possessing the right for residence permit for the country. Well, unfortunately, the last two groups became very relevant lately due to the geopolitical situation in the region. The main challenges were, as I've already mentioned, first was which groups should be included on the list. We were really in big discussions whether to include working students, because if they work, it means they need money. If they need to work, they cannot go abroad for an Erasmus period, like for the whole semester. Some institutions in our country, I know they have it on the list. However, we refused this because, again, it came up to the documentations to be provided. What kind of documents are okay when the student provides? Because in our country, there are different forms of labor relations. For example, one of them can be that, one can have a work permit for a certain specialization and just have it as a paper but never work. So is this paper enough? How can we check, is he really in need, and because of the need someone is really in the world of work? So that's why we mainly refused to include the students who are working on the list. How to not over-include was the issue. Another issue is how not to exclude, because in our case, what we have noticed through the application process, when we have also in the application the question about the social background, do you need social support and stuff? Well, there are cases, of course, when students say yes. Whenever it comes to the mobility and whenever it comes to the preparation of the documents, we start approaching them personally. Could you please provide any documents that prove your need? They suddenly start telling, well, I think I marked it by accident. Actually, I do not need the social support. And we understand why, because it's actually all about very sensitive information and they do not want to reveal. And even if we see the student, which is okay, kind of obvious that he might belong to some of the group, if they do not provide the documents themselves, what can we do? We cannot force, we cannot ask them, well, you marked this, you please bring something. So this is a very sensitive issue, therefore we are really, really worried about how to further go on, how to implement the procedures. Yes, we have it on paper, but how to make it working? It's actually our biggest issue, probably, at this point. So that's all about it. If I still may, I will use the really good practice example in the morning. I do some advertising of events. So here you are all welcome to the International Staff Training Week in December. Which is quite soon. The registration is open with my colleague, as far as I know. And then we will have another International Teaching Week in February also. Well, something to consider. Oh, yes, I'm so glad. I think they will be uploaded soon. Okay, so no problem. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vilma. Unfortunately, we have run out of time for questions, but I'm sure you can approach. You can approach all of them in the coffee break. I think they will be super happy of talk to you about any comment or question you have. And hopefully this session have be useful for you and you apply in your universities and institutions everything you have here. So thank you very much.
course, they reach the target group, of course, and that they are bias-free. And this is especially important because many biases that we may have are implicit, so we are not necessarily aware of them. And for this reason, we have created a simple exercise. This is a bias matrix, where we ask users of the guidelines to describe the context and the information represented in the communication materials and ask themselves whether the materials align with the individual's perception of the materials. So we ask them to think about whether the person or the context that is portrayed in the material aligns with the intended reader. If the answer is no, this means that the communication materials need to be revised because they are probably not as effective as they should be. As a last exercise in the guidelines, we have proposed a mapping task. Because as you have seen, basically, all this information doesn't come necessarily from the international relations officers. It's important to help IROs to figure out where they can find specific information and who can support them in advertising communication, in advertising learning mobility. So in this mapping task, we ask universities to think about internal units and external organizations that could help them promote learning mobility. So in the case of internal units, this could be admissions office or career centers. And in the case of external organizations, these could be national agencies or banks and foundations. And after they have done this exercise, we ask users to think about how these bodies could specifically provide support. So in the case of career centers, or, well, maybe better admissions offices, they could provide a more granular and more fine-grained level of information about the student population, or they can provide information on how to better reach certain groups. In the case of external bodies, like banks and foundations, they may, for example, know of financial opportunities or scholarships that are available for certain groups. And all these tools that I've talked about have been gathered in a toolkit, and the toolkit is basically a blank version of each of the tasks and tools proposed, so that it can be freely used by universities and it can be adapted for their own needs. So the idea is that if universities know more about the needs of their students and the type of help that they can provide, and if they communicate this well, this can, of course, increase participation in the learning mobility programs. Of course, these will not solve other barriers, such as financial barriers that need a more comprehensive approach, but we hope that this can be a step forward. So this was it. Thank you.
All right, logistics. Let's see. We thank you so much, Federica, for that. We would also love to show very short 3 practices from 3 universities on how they work in their context. So I would love to call up Marta Vilauska from University of Latvia. Welcome, Marta. I would also like to call up Eugenia Marchetti from VUB here in Brussels, and František Trapi from Masaryk University. All right, so we'll get to hear of these 3 examples of practices. You have around 5 minutes to share with us what you do in your local context. And we're starting off with VUB. Oh, no, Latvia first and VUB, yeah. Guess it's a joint effort. Yeah.
Okay. So hello everyone. My name is Marta. I'm representative of the University of Latvia. And at the University of Latvia, I work as international coordinator. And mostly I work with outgoing student mobilities. Very few facts about our university. So we are a public university based in the capital of Latvia, in Riga. We have 13 different faculties, and we have more than 15,000 students in total. 500 from them are international degree students, and every academic year we host approximately 600 students from 13 different countries, approximately each semester. And we are sending out approximately 250 exchange students for mobilities, different mobilities, studies, or traineeships. What did we learn from the project? So first, I must say that unfortunately, University of Latvia does not have social inclusion office for now, I hope. But from what I hear from my colleagues from other countries, other universities, a lot of them have that kind of office, and it's amazing. And I really hope that in some years, University of Latvia will also have social inclusion office, and we will be proud to say that we can offer additional support for our students and staff members. And by now, I guess all of us know that social inclusion is not only about students with disabilities or health problems, but there are so many other criteria that need to be taken into consideration if we talk about students with fewer opportunities. And at the very early stage of the project, we understood that we cannot set for all universities same criteria for students with fewer opportunities, because we need to take into account national and regional characteristics. Well, I can tell you one example, like we set these criteria for our university. For example, we have this criteria, a student from immigrant family. And it means that we have situation that people from Latvia move abroad, mostly to UK or Ireland, for working there. And they move there with their families, with children. But of course, a lot of families would like to come back because what they say is their life is in Latvia. And there is additional support from government for these families who are coming back. And so we decided, okay, if there is a student who returned back to Latvia within last 2 years and who stayed abroad before at least for 3 years, we are giving them the top-up for going now on mobility, because the student applies to our criteria. What else? So, and we were also able to take a very critical look at ourselves. For example, is our homepage well structured? Do students can find information? Or do we need to change something? Is it student-friendly? And are we offering enough support for our students? Because we have the problem. Maybe my colleagues from other universities can exchange their experience, because there is a dropout. Students who apply for Erasmus studies, they are selected, they're nominated, but at some point they're dropping out. And the percentage at our university is 30 to 35%. So based on what we heard from the project, what we learned there, we started to change something. It's very small, but okay. Okay, I will just read it for you and comment. I will tell you, no worries. So we started using recorded webinars on different topics. For example, information sessions for incoming students. Not that we didn't have that kind of information sessions before, but what we did they were physical meetings where I went to faculties and told students about Erasmus mobilities. But of course, not all students could attend these meetings. But now, after the online meeting, students can watch the recording whenever it's for them. Then we are having also recording about frequently asked application documents asked by the host universities. So as soon as I nominate students, I'm sending them this recording, link to the recording, to the video, and they can watch what is learning agreement and how to fill it in, or where to get transcript of record at our university, and so on. And then later from emails that I receive from students, I can easily see who watched the video and who didn't. And at that point, maybe I am mean because I say, okay,